Always excited to talk about the great things our students are doing here around the high school. And I always get the opportunity to brag on these amazing educators that are spending all the time taking on these trips and doing the hard work. I just get to support them. So the first one we have is swim tonight. He is unfortunately traveling back from spring break travel. He finished in the top 10 in state in the backstroke and freestyle this year. So Ryan McFarland, we want to go ahead and recognize him, but he is traveling today. So and then we're going to move into what's called TAFE. This is our Texas Association of Future Educators. Ms. Dana Burke is our sponsor for that group.
Hello. Texas Association of Future Educators, TAFE, is a career and technical student organization that allows students to explore careers and opportunities in education. Students that have chosen the education and training program of study have the opportunity to join TAFE and participate in conferences throughout the year. The students have been recognized, the students being recognized tonight all chose projects, planned them, created them, and then presented them at our area conference, and then qualified to participate in the state conference as well. A few weeks ago, we participated in that, and so I was able to take them to Galveston. We had a great time. And then I'm also happy to announce that 2 of our projects qualified for the national level, so they'll get to participate at the Educators Rising Conference that is held in Orlando over the summer. It's been a pleasure working with these kids. They do a great job every year, and I appreciate your support for me, the program, and then for the students that allows them to be able to have these experiences. I don't have them all here tonight, but the ones we do have. We have Emily Holton, Zeta Diaz, Lucy Payne, Aitana Piqueros, Vivian Romel, Aaliyah Flores, and Taylor Aguilar.
Our next group, and Ms. Berg, I'll brag on her for a minute. She is TAFE. She is also cheer, the assistant cheer coach. But our cheerleaders, they are at everything. They do everything. They are supporting all the stuff. They do the spirit walks around here. So if the cheerleaders go ahead and go line up over there on the side by the stage, I will let our wonderful and amazing sponsor, Ms. Amanda Musselman, talk about her cheer squad.
All right, so like you said, you know that we are at all of the things. We are the supporters of all of the groups, but what you may not know is that we participate in our own competitions, and so while we are traveling everywhere to support other teams in their playoff runs and in their normal district games and preseason, we also spend the whole year preparing for our UIL state competition, which we compete in the 4A D2 division among all the other 4A D2 schools in the state of Texas, and that's really exciting. And then this year, this is actually the first Godley cheerleading team to ever go to NCAA Nationals. They had to qualify at the regional competition in November, which we did, and then we headed to nationals and did very, very well, exceeded my expectations, and it was great. So this year they placed 19th in the 4A D2 division. So there's a prelims and a finals, and making it to finals is a very big deal among Texas cheerleading teams. And so we made finals, and then within that finals round, we received 19th place. And then in our nationals run, we ended up being 12th in medium varsity game day, which was just outstanding. So here are our cheerleaders that are here tonight. So we have Sadie Williams, and Mackenzie Crawford, Ava Siddall, Allie Harrington. Harley Brown. Madeline Schlick. Katie Ponce. Raylan Revlin. Paola Valenzuela. Kennedy Black. Abby Smith. Brooke Gallagher. Payne Bauer. Britton Everug. And Marley Thompson. And we thank you guys for all of the support that you give us throughout the year and your participation in all of the events that we host. We love doing it, and we're looking forward to another great year next year.
One last group, our Lady Cat basketball team, so go ahead and fill the line up. A man who needs no introduction, been around Godley a long time, done a lot of wonderful things for our ladies and our girls athletics. I want to welcome Coach Chabot to talk about the Lady Cat basketball team.
All right, thanks. Really happy to introduce these guys to you. We were really proud of this team going into this year. We didn't really know what to expect either. We had a couple of kids with some varsity experience, and the rest of these younger guys just meshed really well with them. A great regular season, undefeated in district, and then a nice run in the playoffs. And again, we're just really proud of what they're able to do. And thank you guys for recognizing their efforts. Introduce them to you here. Managers, we have a couple here today, Marley Thompson and Abby Smith. And we have one freshman on our team, Presley Hindash. Sophomore Case Grimsley. We have four juniors, Kenley Smith, Sadie Huey, Lila Heiner, who's not here today, I think she's on a college visit, and Nola Briscoe, and two seniors, Ava Wilson and Bree Hubbard. That's it. Thank you.
And one final group for recognition. I have to hunch down so much. So this is our Legacy Elementary School ambassadors, the 5th grade students. Mrs. Davis and the other fifth grade teachers have really kind of taken this on this year, help the students get organized, research and figure out some really neat service projects. So I'm going to let Ms. Davis introduce them.
So this year for our fifth grade ambassadors, as you know, they help in a lot of different service opportunities. They serve our campus by opening cardboards every day and greeting our students and kind of helping set the tone for the day. They help with announcements. They've helped with the canned food drive and with a toy donation for Kaylee Slay for our, in memory of our counselor's daughter that passed away a few years ago. So these are great kiddos that really serve legacy and give a face to who we are. So we're really proud of them. Okay, so first up, Finn Van Ward. Olivia Muir. Kaysen Ashley. JC Wally. Emerson Brody. Brielle Harper. Ashley Gallagher. Kinley Wolsey. And Natalie Pino.
So before we move to the next agenda item, we do have a quorum of members present, but I did fail to mention that we have one of our board members, Krista Heiner. She is, her daughter was mentioned a couple of minutes ago, is on a college visit, so she is supporting us, participating here in the meeting via Zoom. So again, that's the reason. So thanks, Ms. Heiner, for supporting us. And next, Mr. Frazier, we'll move to Campus Spotlight.
Yes, thank you. We're very thankful for the opportunity to recognize the Legacy Elementary ambassadors, that recognize the teachers and the students and their hard work and all the staff and their efforts that have been going on through the year. So I wanted to start with, just a couple of graphs about our demographics. So the first one there is broken down by grade level, our enrollment, and if you look, some of the grade levels look like they've had a decline from year to year, but if you follow the yellow to the purple on the next grade, follow the cohorts like that, you'll see that actually every grade level has increased in size, and then overall we have an 8.9% growth as a school. And then some more demographics. Some of our subpopulations, gifted and talented, we have a small increase there. Our special education, we have a large increase there. And our 504, we have a slight decrease. So part of an explanation for that is the dyslexia services. They have been served under 504 for the past several years, and the new federal laws and state laws and guidelines and all that stuff is actually moving dyslexia from 504 to special education. So as students complete the dyslexia program, which our two dyslexia teachers do phenomenal work with that, they either exit the program or they move from 504 to special education. So that's part of the reason that you do see a decrease in 504 and an increase in special education. But I do know that I've heard several people from outside of the district say that they moved to Godley specifically for their special education child because they know that we're going to take good care of them and love them. Okay, so I wanted to kind of highlight some of our changes through our CBAS report card that we've shared with y'all throughout the past year. And so we know that student learning and progress, it's all about our mindset. Through our PLC process, we've really worked hard to create a shared responsibility and take the kids from where they are and where they were and help them to grow and to blossom with what they need. So teachers, they've reported, it's almost like every day is a new year, and we have to talk about, we're learning new processes and procedures, and we're acting like we've never seen these kids before. We're looking at the data, we're talking about who they are, what they can do, and what their potential is. So we have a lot of different data sources. We have M-Class, we have STAR, MAP, Progress Learning, DMAC, we have our standards-based report cards, of course, we have our reading program, and our CBAs, and our weekly assessments. So I know I said a lot of letters in there, but I just wanted to kind of emphasize that we have a whole bunch of sources for data. So what we've really been focusing on in our PLCs and our talks with our teachers is we have the data collection, we have the data analysis, but now it's time to put it into action. It's time to use the data in the most appropriate way. And so we're actually very, very proud of the teachers and the work that they've been doing. They're looking at the data from all these different tests, and we're having conversations with direct kiddos about, hey, last test you were here, this next test you scored so much higher, I'm so proud of you, we're sending notes home. Or maybe, hey, last time you scored a little bit higher, this time it dropped down, what happened? What can we help with? Where's the area of growth needed there? So very proud of the teacher buy-in that we have with that. And of course, Dr. Cottle talked last month about the taper report and the state data and the information and how convoluted and confusing that can be. And back in the last semester, I presented that to our teachers, and it really opened their eyes into how everybody impacts that overall letter grade score that the state will in the future give. And so we've really talked about that low-hanging fruit. Where can we have the most bang for our buck, the biggest impact, the quickest? And so we're really looking at that. And even kindergarten teachers are looking at the data and seeing how their efforts and what they do impacts the STAR scores, which I thought was pretty interesting. So that leads me to WIN time. So WIN stands for what I need. So our teachers are really focusing on specific data points like we've talked about, and I'm really going to brag on our fourth grade teachers. They have looked at our data and said, you know what, math really needs some improvement. So all 4 of our fourth grade teachers, 2 days a week, they work on math. So even our reading teachers, they're taking word problems and they're using reading strategies to help solve the math problems. And so I was really proud of the collaboration and the effort that they put forth. And it's being shown even in other grade levels with the way they switch kids and based on their needs through that WIN time. And that really, it sets up the students for success in just so many different ways. Their example of collaboration, like I said, it's being seen by others. So we're taking that mindset in our PLC time, and we're even translating it to our district design days. So I know Dr. Cottle's also talked about this. We're meeting as a district. We're breaking up into grade level teams and even smaller than that into subject teams. And we're talking about, okay, we have this data, we have this information, how can we use it to impact our student learning? We also have our student-centered coaching. Ms. Clemens, she's a phenomenal facilitator of our learning and instruction, and she does a really good job of getting into classrooms and helping teachers pick a goal, work towards that goal with a student-centered approach. She does a really, really good job there. And in fact, Ms. Rhodes has a story about the collaboration, so I'm going to ask her to come up. We also do what we call positive office referrals, and this is just a really, really neat story.
Okay, so we have positive office referrals that the teachers write for their kiddos. So in the mornings, I am the lucky duck that gets to announce those. We had a kiddo who scored 100% correct on the reading benchmark. And when we've got kinder through 5th in the cafeteria, those kiddos encouraged the student who was kind of shy came up, and every kiddo, I looked out, all the kids were clapping and encouraging that kid. So these positive office referrals are for behaviors. There are kids who follow the rules every day. There are kids who academically are achieving, socially achieving. I mean, it can be something that a teacher sees kids, oh my goodness, you plugged in all the Chromebooks. You were never asked to. And the other kids will see that and follow suit. So that was an incredible positive office referral that I got to witness and partake in. Thank you.
And so that leads me to our community engagements and partnerships. We're working hard to incorporate volunteers. As you may know, our PTO shut down, and so that kind of showed the time and the effort that it takes to really work to volunteer on a regular and consistent basis. But we are in consistent contact. There we go, with community members, and we do have several people that have volunteered to come into the school, and they help us with clerical tasks. They help us with opening car doors in the morning. They might help us with lunch duty or whatever it is. And we recently, Stonewater Church here in town has had a meeting with us, and they say, man, we really want to get involved. They have success in other districts around, so they're going to kind of model what they've been doing in other districts and other towns, and really use their resources to help volunteer in the school to have a stronger community relationship there. And then, like we mentioned, we do have the positive office referrals. That's a very successful program that we've got going on. And I just really want to say, we have really, really good kids in this district. I mean, like Ms. Rose talked about, they're willing to help out, willing to encourage one another at any given time. They just really are good kids. We also, we have the morning meeting where she talked about we read our roars. That's our character code: respect, ownership, attitude, responsibility, and safety. So at each morning the kids recite that, and man, if you are within a quarter of a mile, you'll hear it because they get into it. The teachers in classrooms, they get together with the kids to start the year. They've got their social contracts, their norms, their expectations in the classroom. I'm really super proud of the work that our Nurse Ponce, and our counselor, Mrs. Moss, put in to make sure that the whole child is cared for, and that we're really trying to take care of each individual child and their individual needs. And of course, our safety drills are implemented with fidelity, and the Stop the Prop initiative, I really want to brag on our maintenance and our technology departments. There was, and really the teachers too, there was a door that wasn't necessarily functioning properly. We got a message from a teacher that said, hey, remember, stop the prop, and be nice, check it twice, turn around. So there was a door that didn't necessarily shut the way it was supposed to all the time, and our maintenance and our technology department, they were on it immediately and got it fixed, got it working properly, and we haven't had a problem since. So I'm really, really proud of those guys. And so that just leads me to my one and only Brian Hunt quote for the night, and that is, safety belongs to all of us. So I was really, really proud of those teachers and staff members for doing that. And that's all that I have. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we will have the public hearing. Ms. Cotter. This is for the taper report.
Good evening, board. Sorry, I didn't realize I was next. I am so pleased to hear all of the great things that Mr. Frazier just shared with you, and I'm going to continue sharing the great news that we're doing here in Godley ISD. Let me see. Can I go ahead and get to our slide? What's next? Okay. So as I thought about the taper report, the Texas, I can't even think what taper stands for. let me go to my next slide. As I thought about the reporting of this year, I wanted to look at it through the lens of Life 360. It's something that we're all familiar with. It's something that we keep track of our kiddos at home, and as we started thinking about the district, I wanted us to take that 360 view and look at how are we keeping our tabs on everything going on in the district all the time. And we really do have so many things going on. And so I just wanted to kind of pull that Life 360 strand and pull that into our annual TAPER report for this year. So drive detection is the first one. We have to be aware of everything going on around us at all times. The first thing that is required of us as a district is to do a district annual report, and that includes the Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER. That includes STAR scores, TELPAS scores, CCMR reporting, all of the data that you've already seen throughout this year that we've been reporting to you. It's linked there. We also want to make sure that you know the campus and district plans, which you've seen multiple times this year, are linked on our district website, so you can get to those. Our professional learning plan, maybe my most up-to-date one is not up here, so I may have to work through this a minute. Our professional learning plan is linked as well. You can see all the work that we've done throughout the year with our look-ahead protocols and all the work that we've done on our design days, making sure that the staff is very intentional in the work that they're doing. They're meeting in small groups, grade levels, and contents. Then also our PEIMS data, which is our Pupil Education Information Management System. That's what tracks our students throughout the year. All of that information is there, and then our discipline. So all of that's required to be shared with you each year. But as a district, we want to tell you more. We want to show you more because we really focus on the whole child. We focus on how can we look at holistic assessments more than just a one snapshot of a day. How can we look at a student from a standards-based? When we do our report cards for the lower levels, we focus on the standards-based because we want to make sure that we're telling parents more than just a grade level and a graded letter or number. We want them to know exactly what their children can do. So these are the pieces that we look at when we want to report to you about what the district is doing as a holistic 360 view. So when we look at information such as this, when we look at the TAPER, when we look at where we are as a school district, we are definitely aware of some of the needs that we have. For example, you can see special education is under the needs assistance. That's based on our special education students not scoring at the same level as non-special education students. We have a plan in place. We've done more inclusion. We've made sure that we have more teachers in the classroom so students are hearing grade level instruction, that they're not being pulled out as much. Ms. Gonzalez and I work very closely to make sure that we're putting plans in place, and we've seen growth over the last few years. It's been great growth we've seen in that area. Our financial report, our first reporting, we are at a passing rate there, and our federal report card. So these are all pieces of the puzzle that we look at. When we look at our STAR data, we can see that we are making progress in many areas. When you look at our all grades and all tests, when you look at our all grades of elementary, we are right there with the state. We're performing very close to where the state average is in all areas. This is really the one I like to look at the best because it shows the most holistic view for the district. Anywhere that we're in the green, we are at or above the state average. When we're in the yellow, that means we're within 3 or 4 percentage points, which is less than 1 standard deviation. So we're right there with the state average. So you can see, especially in reading, we are performing very well on the STAR test. Again, it's a one snapshot piece of data, but you can see that we have very, very high performance in the last couple of years where we've seen growth at or above the state average in these areas. And another piece of data that we look at is the attendance rate. This piece of data, sadly, is 2 years removed. So we look back at the attendance rate from 2 years ago, which we were at 94%. You can see our class averages, you can see our staff demographics, but all of this data is old data. These are what we call lagging measures because this data is at least 1 year old, if not more. Most of it is from the last school year, 23-24, but some of it is from even earlier than that. So when we want to look at how we're doing, we want to know how we're doing right now and how we're doing in the future. So we rely heavily on CBAS, of course you know that. We are very much invested in making sure that all of our goals and all of our measures tie right back to the community-based accountability, because this is what we feel like is a whole picture of us as a district. So our goal number one for this school year was to track student growth, specifically looking at students that were enrolled in October and still enrolled in May, because those are the students that we've had the most significant impact on their instruction throughout the school year. So we want to make sure we're looking at how those students are performing on multiple measures, including teacher perception, which was one of our big additions this year. We added in a data piece where teachers can track their perception of students' growth throughout the year, and then at the end of the year, let us know how much progress a student made. Did they make a little bit? Did they make a lot? Was it expected growth? So we've been tracking this throughout the year, and I'm very, oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, so I am very pleased to report, I will give you the numbers and I will make sure that you have the updated one, that you can see on the other data, the progress of the students that are performing below grade level is dropping, and the students that are performing at or above grade level is increasing. And so at the elementary, I'm glad I printed this out, at the elementary we have currently, Currently, we have 76% of our elementary school students on the math are performing at or above grade level, and that is up from, oh, I'm sorry, this is secondary. Secondary is at 76%, up from 66%. So 10% of the students have moved from below grade level to on or above grade level. So we're very pleased with that. And then in the reading language arts, they've moved from 84% up to 89% are performing on or above grade level. So we have definitely seen progress in our growth at the lower levels. And at the elementary, let me see if I have it real quick. At the elementary, we had seen the growth is at, in math, it was at 67%, I believe. I'm so sorry. I think you have the updated one in your page. Okay, let me see. Oh, okay, thank you. So I can tell you. So at the elementary school, we moved from 61% at the beginning of the year that were on or above grade level to 67% are on or above grade level. So we're seeing that growth. And in reading, 54% moved from on or above to 65%. So we are already seeing, just with half of a year under our belts, we're seeing the progress of students that are making the growth, they're moving in the right direction. So let me just get past all of these. Another piece of data that we look at is our MAP data. We've used MAP for several years. This year, when we looked at the growth from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, 72% of our students in math are growing at 20% or more. So we're seeing a significant growth in math already, and then same in the reading, 73%. So a significant number of our students are making growth at 20% or higher, at 20th percentile or higher on the MAP test. And so we're expecting to see that growth continue because the work that our teachers are putting in, digging into their standards, looking at the work that the students are doing along the way, it's helping them target their instruction, it's helping them make sure the kids are getting exactly what they need. So we're not just taking a broad brush approach, we're really targeting student needs as we move throughout the year. So how do we measure success? We really want to look ahead. Okay. So when we look at the student readiness portion, which is really focused on how are we preparing students for what's next? How are we making sure that kids are ready for the next grade level, for whatever comes after school? One of the things I wanted to point out to you is not on the slide, but you can see on the slide that you have where we're working at the elementary school level with students in health sciences, and we're trying to bring in some of those
CTE career pathways at elementary school. We come back and we circle back to it at middle school. And so when we come to high school and we're introducing students to the pathways at high school, they're able to see, oh, I remember, we learned this when we were in elementary. Oh, we talked about this in middle school. So they're not entering the pathways at high school blind. They have an idea of what they're getting ready to work towards. I feel like everything we're doing, we're trying to prepare students for how what they're learning in school is going to apply to life. Academically, socially. Several of the pictures that I have in there are showing, and one of the pictures is one of our high school students reading to our younger students, because we want students to see that learning to read is important, but then even when you get to high school, you're still teaching other students to read, because one of our students is in the TAPI program, and so she's teaching the children how to read. So just making those connections all the way through the district is vital to us making sure that the kids are prepared every step of the way for whatever is next. Our second goal for this year was our messaging. We wanted to make sure that the pillars was not something that was just talked about within the district, but that everyone in our community was familiar with the language of CBAS, that we were communicating what the pillars were about, what they meant, and we wanted other people to be able to speak the language with us, so it wasn't just an internal language. So one of the things that we implemented this year, and I think has been very successful, are our hashtags. All of our principals, Mr. Metter has been great. Almost every time you see a post go out about what we're doing in the district, it ties right back to our CBAS pillars. You can see our engaged students, effective staff, lead, grow, serve. So we're really making sure that those are part of the conversation around everything that we do in the district. Another piece of this was also the work that we've done for our community publication that we've sent out. We've sent two out, and we presented in Forney a couple of weeks ago, and the districts that were there were so impressed at the work that we had done. They were like, "This is your second one? This is amazing," because it really told the story of who we are in Godley, and I think that's a big part of us being recognized as a district that looks at the whole child, because we put out something that is a recognition of everyone in our district and not just focused on a single piece of information. So when I talk about crash alert, that's how are we making sure that we're not running into areas that we're not expecting. Some of the work that we've done this year with our teachers, as I mentioned, working on those design days, doing our look ahead protocol. This is when teachers are taking that stop and check. What are we getting ready to teach? How have our students performed on it before? How are they performing currently as we begin to go into this area of study? So we really are making sure that we're putting those pieces in place along the way. The teachers are prepared. They're walking into teaching well equipped with the information that they need. They know the standards. They know what students need to know to be successful. And so we are trying to make sure that we're not running into anything that we're not expecting. When we know we have an area we need to really buff up, we can put more resources there and make sure that the work is done. Our high school has implemented this year a PLC process, and that's professional learning communities. That's something we've been working towards for the last few years, trying to get some time in their day where those teachers can come together and plan and work together, and they've had great success this year. When we did walks at the high school a couple weeks ago, we could see the fruits of that work that was coming through in the classroom, and it was very successful. Again, being in the classroom, we've done over 1,000 walkthroughs this year. Our principals are getting in the classrooms, our assistant principals. We go on instructional rounds on every campus. So we are very present in the buildings, making sure that we have our fingers on the pulse of the district and we know what's happening on every campus, because I think the only way for us to really support teachers is to be there and be with them in the classroom and see how can we help support you, what do you need. Student-centered coaching was another big lift for us this year. That's something we put in place with our facilitators. It's been extremely successful. We have teachers that are signing up every cycle. Some of them want to do it again and again. They've been through 3 or 4 cycles because they see that when they're focused on a single goal that's really focused on student planning, student progress, they put the plans in place, they're modeling, and they're seeing the success. So we see teachers that want to come back and do student-centered coaching multiple times a year because of the work that they're seeing is working. Emergency response, our last goal this year was to increase the awareness of the things that we're offering in the district. Another one of the pieces that we do report annually is how many violent and criminal incidents
We had 0 last year, so that's a great shout out to Mr. Hunt. We've had no incidents that required a expulsion, so good job. These are some of the things that we have in place to prevent violent incidents. I feel like every year we've stepped up our game. We've added more and more pieces of prevention to the puzzle. We have our police force. We have several of the other pieces in place that, as you know, we're just continually looking at how we can prevent incidents that are going to make students not feel safe at school. So we have all of those in place. And we also have, and it's not going to be up here, but we have increased our communication. You've probably seen our notes from the nurse. You've seen some of the parent education videos that have gone out from Ms. Evans. We're really trying to make sure that we're educating parents on how they can keep their children safe and healthy at home, whether it's physical health, whether it's mental health. Our big push in this pillar this year is making sure that everyone is aware of the resources available and encouraging people to take advantage of them. Just this week we're having health scans. We've never had that before, but we've made health scans available to our staff so they can, get a health checkup. We have several other pieces that we've offered in our Cook's children's visits. Those visits are up this year. It's just really paying off, taking care of our children, and because we're seeing healthier students and healthier teachers, our attendance numbers are going up, and that just continues to pay off. The more days students are in class, the more times they're learning, and we're just seeing benefits all around. So, as I said, I'm sorry, things got mixed up. You don't have the slideshow that's in your book, but there are many more pictures and many more stories I could tell about all the great things happening in Godley. So, any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, I can.
So we had the presentation here, and I had loved the pictures. Great job on putting in those kind of examples for us to see the kids throughout the district. I love that. On the areas, though, that we are trying to improve upon, this academic scores, this is something that we've been working on, and we've been making plans, but what are the things that are happening right now that are going to get us where we need to be? Our class numbers are not as small as they used to be.
Yes. So,
we all know that. So,
right.
What's the plan right now? What's the action happening?
We are already seeing growth. We've seen growth every year. The biggest piece of the puzzle right now is that time that we're spending with teachers every month, deep diving on their TEKS, looking at the standards, looking at what's coming up, making sure that they are understanding the rigor, understanding how deep the test is going to test. We look at STAR. We have to look at STAR. It's part of the puzzle. So we spend that time every month, a good 2 or 3 hours working with teachers, making sure they have the resources, making sure that they have the questions are asked, they're written out ahead of time, so we're asking good questions. And then I think the second piece of that is our facilitators. They're building CBAs, common assessments, so we're testing across the grade level. We're looking to see how did we perform once we've taught this. Did we teach it well enough? Did we need to go back and do a reteach? They're getting in and doing PLCs every single week with our teachers. They're having the conversations, they're looking at data. Nothing is getting passed. We're doing, as like you said, the student-centered coaching, where they're really targeting teachers. They're going in with a very specific goal, improving writing, improving math, whatever that piece is. And the facilitators are going in and they're working on a whole cycle to go in and make sure that the modeling is done, the pre-assessment, the post-assessment. Some other pieces we have at not all campuses, but at 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade, they do a Friday quick check where they focus on a single standard. They plan together, the entire team plans, they write the questions, they do the teach that week, they test on Friday, then the principals take that data and they look at it and they come back the next week. Okay, how did we do on that standard? We are working on that. It's a little easier to do in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade because they're all teaching one content. It's a little bit smaller of a piece of puzzle that they're working with, whereas at 6th, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's harder to push that down to the younger grades. But we are seeing that win time. The principals are going in after every common assessment and they're regrouping at win so that the groups are smaller.
the kids are getting exactly what they need. They'll pull kids out of 2 or 3 classes and put them together and work on one standard, so that we're not just, like, as I said, we're not painting it with a broad brush. We're being very targeted in our intervention at every level. I think the PLCs at the high school have been phenomenal. It's given them time to plan together, to talk, to get on the same page. Our high school teachers, English teachers, have taught the writing method across all content areas. So the kids are not just writing in English class, they're writing in history, they're writing in CTE, they're writing in chemistry. So we're seeing that. I would say there is something happening in every single classroom every day that's targeted at improving our scores. So we're not,
It sounds like
it's
there's
not
a
just
lot of-
talk, it's a lot of action.
It sounds
yes.
like there's a lot of great collaboration
Yes.
across the board, so I'm happy to hear that. And in the spirit of that, when we are obviously being compared to districts that are right surrounding around us, are there things that we are doing as a district, collaborating with other districts where they're maybe seeing more growth or, you know, higher scores to say, okay, this is what we're struggling in, you know, what are y'all doing here, and just kind of going back and forth? We're always asking that across everything that we talk about.
Absolutely. I'm in a group with every person in my position across the state of Texas. I think there's probably 100 of us, and we met last week, and I put it out there, hey, is anyone just knocking it out of the park in math? Is anyone doing anything in math that we haven't thought of yet? We probably had a 30-minute conversation with districts literally from the Panhandle all the way to Galveston and across the state. Every one of them said the same thing that we were doing. Every single thing they offered, we were doing. They were all having the same struggles. They're all feeling like we're just trying to pull pieces together. We don't feel like we have a good, cohesive curriculum. It's just
That's what I was going to
piecemeal.
ask. Is there a specific curriculum that is like targeting things? Because I know that
Yeah.
that's been something that we've struggled with as we've grown. When we were smaller, it was
Right.
more piecemeal, and we're trying to get
Right.
more of a standardized.
Exactly.
So
And the state has pushed the adoption 2 or 3 times, so we're still working with some, it's not the most current, so we are still using what's in our adoption, but last year we went to STEM scopes across the board. Most districts that I talk to, STEM scopes is what they're using. Very few are using anything else across the board. Some of them are using other pieces for intervention, but that was the first question I asked. Is anyone using anything that's working well? And the answer was no, we're just still having to pull pieces together. I think for the most part, what everyone I've heard that I've talked to has said is that targeted, really assessing along the way, doing those formative assessments, so you can keep your finger on the pulse of how are they doing on this standard? Have we learned it? If not, let's stop right here and keep teaching it and make sure that we're getting it. Number sense is our biggest issue. We talk about it all the time. You know, we have kids that are in 5th grade that you say, how many is this? And they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They don't have the number awareness that they used to have. And that's been a problem for years. I've heard that when I taught 5th grade. I had kids that still did that. So that's our big focus right now is what else can we do? What else can we put in place in math to start to see more awareness of what a number is, what it means to add together or subtract. But trust me, I talk to people all day, every day in districts, and if there was a magic bullet out there, I would have bought it and we would have used it. I do feel like the work that we are doing is working. I have looked back at our data and we have made so much progress. When I came into this position, we didn't even have a written curriculum. We didn't have curriculum maps. We didn't have assessments. It was like, welcome to Godley. I know when you started here, you know, it was like, we're so glad to have you, have a ball. So we have made so much progress in the last few years of just moving towards that cohesive curriculum, the written, taught, and tested curriculum aligning. But, you know, the test has changed, the district has changed. We've just seen so many things along the way that we're trying to keep moving the needle. But yes, we are doing lots of things.
Thank you.
I think we have a question. Ms. Lane?
Yes, question. So on the TAPE report, these are star scores. If you look at the meets grade level, we are behind the state in all grades, all subjects, and all grades math. I know that our campus improvement plans had a goal in improving those meets scores, do they have a specialized plan, or what are y'all doing to improve those meet scores?
And again, it's targeting the students. The meet scores that's at about an 80% pass rate. So an approaches is typically at a 70, meets is at about an 80, 75 to 80, and then masters is typically about an 85 to 90%. So as we're going in and looking at where were students performing last year, how close are they? When we pull our small groups, we're not just focusing on the students that we're trying to get from not passing up to approaches. We do have a group of students that we're still trying to get them from not passing to passing, but we also have groups where we're really focusing on moving them up to the meets level and moving the kids at meets up to masters, because that's what growth means, that they keep moving forward. We are definitely trying to narrow in on those next level skills when we're having the students in the classroom. We're not teaching to the bottom, we're teaching to this grade level standard, and that's where we need kids to be, is at the grade level standard. Now approaches means that they have mastered the grade level standards. They have mastered enough to be successful. They may need a little support going forward. Meets means that they have mastered beyond the next grade level. Like they have this grade level and some of the next grade level, so they can go to the next grade level fully ready to move on. We are focusing on each level because we want our master's level numbers to continue to grow as well. We've seen that growth over the last few years, but meets it's just getting those kids that are at the top end of approaches and making sure that we're targeting the specific skills that they need and giving the teachers all the resources they need to ask those high-level questions, to let kids have a little bit of productive struggle, let them try to work through a math problem a little bit longer instead of saying, okay, let me do that, let me model it for you on the board. Teachers hate to see kids struggle. It breaks their heart. They feel like they need that help. And I will say, when a lot of times we have students not take the STAR test, and some of those are our highest performing students. And so last year, I think we had several students that opted out of taking the STAR test because their parents didn't think it was something they wanted them to do. Those were kids that would have easily been meets or masters students. And so that hurts us when we have kids that opt out. We need to make sure that the kids that are here and are in our schools take the test, get the score, because it reflects on us as a failure if they don't take the test. So that's another piece of the puzzle that we don't control is the parents opting out of STAR testing. So, but we are definitely looking at every single level to make sure that they're performing to the next level. That's what we want to see, that every student moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And then this wasn't in your presentation, but I saw these on the actual TAPER report. It compares our teacher pay with the state averages. And I did notice that our teacher pay is below the state average in every area. So this question is really for Spencer. But do we have a plan in place to increase our teacher pay to be more in line with the state averages?
So your representatives to give us more money. That's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No other questions? Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. I apologize for the presentation not working.
Okay, next we will move to superintendent reports.
All right, construction update. Caleb, what do you have for us? Didn't want to brag on Caleb through these high winds. Our canopies out there are still up, so we appreciate that.
Reading the bar. So I have a basic presentation for you. We're really wrapping this thing up. For the last couple of pieces, we're down to, thank you, we're down to 2 open punch list items on our project. We're going to move to final acceptance letters, which is a good thing. We're well into warranty on the Wild. We're about 4 months into warranty on the arena. So we do have a list of about 66 items that we're working through right now. When we get those reports in, we get them daily. We make sure we're coordinating the work and getting it done as soon as we can. We are triggering an 11-month walk for the Wild section of the building, so we can take the design team, Nikki, and all of our representatives and walk through the entire building, talk to the faculty, make sure everything's working as it's intended to, and anything that's not working or functioning correctly is going to get added to one, final warranty punch for that building, and then we'll get all those items corrected over the next couple of months. So really, all open items. I think a couple of major items that we are tracking as a team, the drainage on the field, I think we talked about that at the last board meeting, is kind of draining a little slower than anticipated. We have gone through and studied everything that we've installed and verified that it is installed for the concordance of the drawings. Now we're working with Rich and Nikki. We've got some external services that are going to provide some jetting, and we may have found some blockages further down the line as it goes down to the pond. So we're going to go ahead and jet those out and then run a camera down there and see if we have any issues there. And then we'll post that information. When we receive that information, we'll work with the design team to see if there's any corrections we need to make it flow better. Trying to think of anything else. Around the arenas, we did a lot of remediation work for the special events event you guys had in March, early March. We're waiting for the weather to get like this it is today for a continual basis, so we can spray some hydro seed around that area and get some final grass growing in the area. But other than that, really didn't have anything.
Arena AV?
Arena AV. So presentation room is, I have been told, I haven't verified myself, so I'm not going to commit 100% that it's done, but it has been programmed, limits are done, and the ineffective panel in the presentation walls has been replaced. Now, the arena screens in the actual arena themselves, we had a representative out from Draper this last week. They came out from wherever they're based out, they repaired it, they got in their truck, they drove about half an hour, and had the same issue. So, tried to get them back that same day, they did not come back. We're more than likely going to be replacing those screens with the Draper units. This problem has been widespread across the country with this particular model we have. So, been a tough thing to navigate. And then on the AV side, our TV studio is done. We had some remediation work that we had to do for True North's punch list. We found a couple of ducts that were installed incorrectly, so we removed those ducts and put in the appropriate ducts for the drawings as indicated in the drawings. And now the design team is going to have their acoustic petition come back in, do sound level assessments, and then I believe they're working on a design to bring the DB level a little lower in that TV studio so it can function. But as of right now, it's just all over documents.
I have a quick question. What was the resolution on the heat during the really cold snap that we had?
So the resolution was controls. I believe it's still in development. I was out during that entire time, so I wasn't privy to all of the information, but the general gist is the system itself put itself in a cycle that it shouldn't have at the time, and due to the extreme cold weather that is normal here in Texas, I want to be clear about that. This is something that the system should be able to handle. Because of that sequence, it put it in a fault where it could not catch up, it could not recover. So we have a report from the designer. We have a report from the test air and balance company that is saying that everything that is installed is functioning as designed and as intended. And we have some recommendations from this report in the school event that are really along the lines of rebalancing or adjusting the system to be, for example, in the winter, if it's super cold, crank the system up a little bit above and beyond the norm to allow the system to stay ahead of this event. But ultimately, Nikki, Rich, and design team and ourselves are working on a more permanent solution to make sure that the system that was specified for the product for this project is sustainable through our Texas weather. It's a little bit of a challenge. These systems are extremely finicky, and there's a lot to them. VR systems.
So when you say crank them up to work at a little bit higher than their normal, so I'm not an HVAC person at all, but I'm envisioning like we're cranking the heat up. Is that what we're doing? So we're in there like making it real hot then? I mean,
No,
like, okay.
no, there's like a 4 or 5 degree delta, I believe is what they're recommending. Honestly, at face value, we received the report, we're kind of like hesitant to say that that's a solid, right?
Yeah, that
Because
doesn't sound like a solid.
there's 2 issues that I see as a general contractor with that is one, you as the client are going to pay a little higher energy costs if you're having to crank up the heat every time we have an event coming in, right? So that's one concern, and then also these systems are designed and intended to be automated learning systems that understand the environment and can adapt and create an energy efficient product for you. So I think that won't be where we land. That's just what's in the initial report, and I think there's more to come there.
So how long do we have window of time? Is this within warranty? Like, what's the timeline here as far as, because we won't have another cold snap potentially until
Right.
next time around. So
Right.
what's that do to our window?
So for us, I can only speak to S&P. So for us, we're sitting in a position where we've installed the systems as intended and they're operating as intended. Not saying that we're not taking responsibility and part of the solution, but currently it's with Huckabee and their design team, Romine, to come up with a solution. And then we can certainly look at that and be a partner in whatever that solve is. I mean, we're certainly experienced at installing the systems and making sure that they work as they're designed to work, but we're not as experienced at figuring out the design portion of that.
A couple of other questions. If I recall correctly, here in front of the arena, we had a roof drain that was coming down right across the sidewalk, and I believe there was some redesign, rerouting to redirect that. Has that been resolved?
Yes, it has. Yeah, plumber, we had to do a lot of research, and this was a tricky one to find. But ultimately, there's a piece of pipe inside the building, about 25 feet from accessible space, where they inverted a pipe. So essentially, the overflow system, which is designed to take, if that roof drain blocks up and the roof starts taking out water, there's an overflow system, and that's what will come out that spout that you saw the water running. That was condensate from the units as designed, going into the drain as it's supposed to, but the drain was actually hooked up with the outfall and the outfall on the drain. So we fixed it. You shouldn't see that problem yet.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question, associated with the marquee. I believe there was some additional work that maybe you guys were contracted to help take care of. Did we get that resolved?
So, yes, it's resolved in a sense that Spencer and Rich have hired Daktronics to make the repairs or the equipment. I believe it's coming here fairly quick. We have the cost for that, and we have submitted a back charge to the offending contractor, and we're just going to work through the paperwork on that side.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, y'all.
Mr. Flood, just a quick graduation update.
Yeah, good evening. I was in Dollar General the other day and I saw the graduation balloons already popping their way out, so it's time to make sure graduation is ready to go. About 6 years ago, when I first came here, we had a dream that we would get to graduate from home. And so far, we've got to do that outside. But I'm excited to announce this year, if we have bad weather, we get to graduate from inside the arena. So no matter what, we get to graduate from home, and our kids get to graduate from their school where they're at. So I'm excited about that. In the past, we've always booked Cleveland as a backup if we had to go indoors. Now we just get to stay home. The plan is, as usual, approximately 190 graduates we are banking on this year. We'll graduate outside in front of the Wild. Face the Wild for now. This class has always been a little bit smaller class than most of them. Next year's class is our first really large class. They're sitting at 238 right now. So we'll see that jump next year in our group. We have roughly 150 here at the high school, and Link should graduate around 35 to 36 when all is said and done. We have 22 right now and about 12 to 14 that if they get their work done this spring, they will get to graduate. If not, they will get to do it next year. So that's kind of where our numbers are. We are going to move it out a little bit from the track this year. One of the things we heard a lot was the kids were kind of close and parents couldn't see them. So we're going to move out on the football field a little further so they can kind of see the graduates and see where they're at. And then, some of the things we learned last year, handicap seating and things, making sure that's available and open so people can sit where they need to sit. We have some plans in the works for that. But other than that, we're excited that we get to be here no matter what. So it's going to be a good day, March 22nd. So 8:30. We'll be in the evening. Hopefully the heat will be on by then. What'd I say, March? Yeah, why not? We'll do it this month. 2 days. We got it. No, May 22nd. Not fall. I know.
Questions for Mr. Flood? All right, thank you, Mr. Flood, appreciate it. Faith, do you have our summer training dates? Okay.
San Antonio will be the first, June 11th through the 14th. Early registration begins April 16th. Then you have June 18th through the 21st in Fort Worth. And they have an open registration or early registration for that. We don't know the dates yet.
Okay.
So I'll be contacting you guys and deciding which one you want to attend.
Okay. Thank you, Faith. Any questions? Spencer. First overlook at budget.
All right, good evening, board. So this is actually looking at a tentative budget calendar for the next couple of years. So I just wanted to get this on your radar so that you kind of remember we're going to a June year end. And so I did an updated budget calendar that has tentative scheduled board meeting dates, budget workshops, and then also the timeline on when we're going to publish items for the tax rate and budget, when we adopt a tax rate, because remember, we will adopt a budget in June, but we will not adopt a tax rate until August. So that's the only change there. And then looking into 25-26, again, just showing you the new full year of what it looks like. So obviously, all of these can change, but I wanted to get it into your hands so you have a kind of idea what we're looking at moving forward. Questions?
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Spencer. And Marty, cybersecurity update.
All right, good evening, everyone. So first I thought I'd start by kind of giving an update on cybersecurity in K-12 currently, sort of what's happening everywhere right now. There's a group out there called COSN that does a series of reports essentially on their findings in K-12 networks. And basically this year, 80% of all K-12 school districts are suffering budget problems. Go figure. The cybersecurity gets very expensive. On that note, we face a lot of the same problems that any Fortune 500 company faces. And when you do a breakdown of the different companies, when you go to what they consider like a large company, about 3% of their budget is dedicated to it. As you move smaller, when you work down to what they consider the smallest of the Fortune 500 companies, which is a company that makes less than $50 million a year, their budget's actually at 6%. What's unique there, if you think about it, a large company would be Apple. Someone who makes over $2 billion a year is considered large. They're paying half of what the small company is making. The reason being is because when you start to get near a certain level at the bottom, the costs are the same. It doesn't matter if you're big or small. There are some things that you just have to overcome that aren't there that you take a hit on. So essentially, the smaller you are, the more expensive it gets, unfortunately. And that was the biggest problem. In addition to that, 60% talked about the increase of sophistication in the cyber attacks that they're being hit with. Indeed, it is a lot different than it used to be. It's not as simple as just malware anymore. There's an awful lot of social engineering on the back end that goes into these attacks now. They pretty much use tools that you would use just to do business from day to day in order to infiltrate and get what they want out of a network. And then another 60% said they're also concerned about lack of documented cybersecurity processes, which is also still pretty true. There's not a lot, there's the NIST framework, which we judge ourselves with and try to stick to, but there's not a good sort of a best practices plan that you can follow and meet. There's very general rules. We do that, try to keep up with it, but when it seems like the threat actors are moving faster than the frameworks can adjust for. Okay, going on from there, there's another entity out there called MS Isaac. That stands for Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center. ISAC is basically a network. We take part in a lot of these little networks where we basically share our data with them so that they can do analysis on it and see what is trending, what are the new threats coming out, and then share that information back to the districts to try and help protect. What they've seen is, still the most common threats out there are what they call malvertisements. It's basically advertising with a piece of malware hooked into it. Mal spam, which would be spam information that comes into it, and then multiple entries, a combination of the two, essentially. On the cybersecurity report, let me back up a little bit. Now, the scale of the impact in K-12, according to MS ISAC, 82% of all K-12 organizations last year suffered a cybersecurity incident. So 4 out of 5 basically were hit with something. Nearly 14,000 cybersecurity events were observed, over 9,300 confirmed incidents, and typically, like I mentioned before, it's all done through social engineering. They're targeting human interactions and human behaviors to try and hit those. That moves into the next slide here, which is basically a breakdown of the forms of attacks that come in. What's interesting on this, it used to be where 34% is malware that's coming through. That has dominated cybersecurity for years now. Instead, just recently, it's been overtaken by what they call command and control softwares. These are basically like remote desktop, where someone calls in, someone gets the pop-up, you have a virus on your system, give a number to call, put in a code, and then they take over a system that can control it from afar. That has actually increased by over 1,500% from last year. The command and control is becoming the most dominant form of cybersecurity threats out there right now. Now, as far as K-12 school districts go, where we struggle the most is in the protective technologies. That comes down a lot to expense of the tools and the software that it takes to put in place and block a lot of this. And then recovery communications, incident response management. There's an awful lot that goes through on the back end to be able to sort through the high volume of logs and information that's hit with to adapt to these things. So moving into the next slide, another one, nationwide cybersecurity review. It kind of still reiterates the top concerns: lack of funding, sophistication, documented processes. It's coming from multiple groups. Everyone's basically telling the same story. Where does that put us, essentially? Well, one of the major groups that we work with is a group in Austin called DorkBot. Didn't pick the name, not sure how they came up with it. According to DorkBot, we haven't had a vulnerable threat since we started working with them about 4 years ago. They basically look at all of our interfaces from the outside, see what's available, and then look for known vulnerabilities. We haven't had a known vulnerability since we began working with them. That said, we are in the process of doing forensics on a cybersecurity breach that had happened about a month ago. So even though we are showing no signs from the outside, don't have any exposed vulnerabilities that are being scanned by the protective networks that are in place, we have still had an incident that we're suffering through right now. When you look back at our reporting, this is a detailed list from our firewall. And what's kind of interesting here, this is for 1 week. Essentially the amount of traffic, if you look at the total for that 1 week, is almost a full terabyte of traffic that moved in and out of the network. What's really unique about this is I pulled it today. That was taken on a spring break snapshot. So we weren't even here, and we moved a terabyte of information back and forth in the form of computer updates, various systems talking back and forth. It's sort of just the way things happen and do business. We used to think about our network as being kind of a little closed silo where all the information stays one part and you go pull information from somewhere else and bring it back in. That's not the way anything works anymore. You have to stay connected into a larger network. You're part of a mesh. So essentially stuff is running all of the time in and out of the system. When we break last week down a little further, you can see that. Of course, we had some staff up here, so you can see social media shows up. There was some information that passes through. When you total up all of those, that accommodated or accounted for about 1% of all the information that moved in and out last week. It wasn't that much. It was basically the remote access applications, the HTTPS, secured information, the unscanned bit. That has to do with Google updates, so a lot of probably our Chromebooks are updating, information like that is moving back and forth across. That's where the bulk of all the information comes through. Now, the problem with that is when you look back at the real threats, these would be sort of the command and control entry points, what you would consider a remote access application. We still had those in there. It was a tiny little piece of information that happened even last week, but these are essential to function again. These can come from third-party vendors that come in that have to work on our systems. I know our Daktronic signs, we have to remote to those to take care of various things. So this traffic has to be allowed in and out through the network, and then it also disappears behind just the sheer volume of all the other information that pours in and out. Now on to the ugly part. So for years now, we've been working with a group called KnowBe4 that basically does an email exposure list. For years now too, they would consider our email listing as 100% exposed, meaning that there is databases out there and lists all over the internet that contain an awful lot of godleyisd.net emails. When you look at the next slide there, what were they saying? 379 emails where basically they found data and passwords hashed and stored on a list someplace. I want to go to the next one there. We were able to get a report of those found emails, and almost every single one of 492 exposures that we found are retired employees. So what happens in cases like this is our emails, the people that have worked for us, even current people, we use a lot of different applications here on the school, a lot of things that you sign up with on your email address. If one of those websites ever gets compromised, now they have a list of that. If someone has reused passwords, that password's now been compromised with that list. And then a threat actor would take and do what they call password stuffing. They'll assume that you didn't want to memorize 20 different passwords. They'll take the one they found from that list and they'll just plug it into anything that they see moving in and out of the district to see if they can get a bite on it. It's part of that social engineering. They're assuming you default to something more simple and then they hit everything that they can with it and see what works. So, moving forward, our high priority changes, essentially, we're changing our password policy. In the past, when I view our network and you think about the way that we have to use it, essentially the more controls that you tighten down on your network, the harder it becomes to use and do anything. So we try to keep it a little easier to use, make it more productive, but that also makes it more vulnerable. We're going to cut away an awful lot of that stuff. The password changes are going to come much more frequently. I think we're going to do 60 days right now, and then they're going to be longer passwords. We're also going to switch any account that has any access to district-wide information to a multi-factor, where Not only will you have your password, you'll have to tie it to your phone, log in with the phone to gain access to it as well. We also want to minimize our high-risk data. Essentially, when our breach happened, we only had one server still in district with data that we consider sensitive. It's not even something that we want to keep here, it's just something that we have to have here because of cost, for one thing, and then because of the way that it functions. We're going to do our best to figure out a way to get that one on someone else's plate with a bigger budget to put that behind a bigger wall. So that's on the list for getting moved out. And then elimination of all of our classic subnets. In the past, we had broken up our schools already into several different data silos so that nothing could be hit directly at once, except for one little sliver. Our original core system of servers and networks back when we were on a flat network, because of the difficulty in moving those, we just shrank that network and kept them in them. It's time to put the axe to that one and cut that network out entirely. It's just been around too long. If you think of that, it's almost like a river rock that isn't moving anymore. It's got way too much sediment and moss on it. That thing's, it's time to let it go. The next part would be strengthening what they call ACLs, or access control list. We've done that to a degree on the new networks. We'll take that much farther. Historically, we've always looked at pieces and thought that, well, if you can't get around from one district to the next because of a silo, you should at least be able to get out. Now we'll probably change it where you won't even get out. If you plug in on a subnet that isn't tied specifically on a route to somewhere, it will just go nowhere. And then, of course, better cybersecurity training. In the process of doing our forensics across the district, we uncovered all kinds of bad habits. We're going to push out a lot more training to help compensate for that. So that's it for my cyber report. Are there any questions?
So I heard you say you were still continuing to investigate the breach that did occur and the extent of it. Do you have a projection on when you will wrap up that investigation?
I actually will probably speak with y'all in closed session later briefly about that. I have a lot more information. We're at the probably 90% stage now. So.
Okay, that's it for superintendent reports. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, next we will move to public participation. We extend the opportunity for public participation portion of the meeting in compliance with section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code. I have 3 individuals that have signed up to speak. Public participation provides the general public the opportunity to address the board regarding topics listed on the agenda. Persons attending the meeting have already signed up. Each individual addressing the board will have 3 minutes to make their presentation. Personal attacks on district employees by name or position or students are not allowed. All participants are expected to speak with respect and civility and maintain a calm, professional demeanor. At the end of the 3 minutes, I'll call the next individual to speak. Please note the Texas Open Meeting Act does not require the board to respond to any comments or complaints from the member of the public regarding an agenda item. And first, we will start with Ms. Olson, and then I'll have Mr. Cooper, and then Ms. Van Wart. And do we have our timer ready to go? And Ms. Olson has signed up for agenda item 9A. Go ahead, ma'am.
The community is an important aspect of the ISD and educational systems. In the Texas School Board Member Code of Ethics is responsiveness to the community and representing the community's commitment to education. In the Texas Educators Code of Ethics and Godley's ISD Standard of Conduct, the rights of the public and community are recognized as integral. In light of the importance of the community and their involvement in the ISD and the education process, I'd like to highlight Peter Svensson's commitment to teachers and education. For over 9 years, Peter has been part of the education support organization Cleburne Education Foundation. You can see on page 3 of the PowerPoint what this foundation's goals are. Peter believes in supporting teachers, and the evidence is abundant. The night in question for the grievance, Peter listened to as teachers emotionally recount difficulties. So he responded as he always does, with action. He went to speak to these teachers to discuss some rationales for some of the difficulties they may be facing, with the hope of creating dialogue for help. Unfortunately, Peter was misunderstood. Some of us have different ways of communicating, and Peter's was not understood, as his representative Scott Kane explained in his letter to the ISD. Considering Peter's years of commitment to teachers and education, it hurt Peter deeply to be accused of such things as intimidation or making someone feel unsafe, simply because of a difference in communication style. So I ask you to consider Peter's commitment to education, his years of supporting teachers, and his, I believe, compassion that night to respond to these teachers who were very emotional about some of the problems that they were facing. We just want to speak to them. And I'm sad that Peter was misunderstood that night, and it has come to this. So I ask you to consider that during this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Cooper. Again, the agenda item is Go ahead, sir.
Evening Board, Superintendent. I'm going to take a little different approach than Ms. Olson's. I'm going to ask you guys to put yourself in the position of a community member, a parent, a stakeholder that has a disagreement or is apart from the ISD. And I want you to look at this grievance process that you're about to go through and ask yourselves, what is the purpose of this grievance process? Is the purpose of what you're about to go through, is it to actually get to the bottom of what happened and to determine that and make sure that justice is served? Or is it about protecting the image and the wherewithal vision of the ISD? For example, you're about to have your lawyer that you pay for defend the district. And then a lawyer from the same legal team is going to advise you as the trustees on how to proceed. That makes no sense. There is no due process there. There's no impartiality there. If they advise with Mr. Svensson, they're basically saying we weren't good enough to defend. There's no impartiality there. There's no due process there. And none of you would want, in the spirit of justice, to be subjected to that type of stacked deck against you. This is not a legal proceeding. Evidentiary rules don't apply, but you'll stack lawyers up that you are already paying for on retainer from the same firm to defend and advise. You don't have a district attorney or county attorney from the same law firm as the judge. Makes no sense. There's no impartiality here. This should be done through an ombudsman or an inspector general type thing. There's legislation out there that's driving down this train. But none of you would want yourselves to be subjected to what you're about to put Mr. Svensson through, which absolutely lacks of impartiality and absolutely lacks, is not in the best interest of justice. So hopefully at some point you guys will reevaluate how you guys here do grievances. You'll look at the local policy options and see what you can do better to actually work towards impartiality and work towards justice being served. Because what's about to happen here is not any of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Wert. And again, the agenda item is 9A.
Hello. My name is Bethany Van Wart, and I'm here to speak on the grievance that's being filed against the school district. Ms. Simmons could not be here, so she gave me permission to speak on her behalf as well. On November 18th, her and I both spoke during public participation at the Godley ISD board meeting. When I was finished speaking, I returned to my seat. As I was beginning to gather up my things, I felt an aggressive thumping on my shoulder. As I stood up to leave, I noticed that a gentleman was following Mrs. DeFore and Mrs. Simmons out of the meeting. When I reached the back of the room, under the stairs, this gentleman got inches from my face and began telling me that I was wrong in what I believed. He did the same to Mrs. Simmons. This made us feel uncomfortable, and it was intimidating. A school administrator approached us and told us that we were free to leave. This gentleman continued to speak forcefully to us as we exited the high school. This was not a pleasant experience. There was a right way to try and have a conversation with us and a wrong way. He chose the wrong way. Putting hands on a teacher and following her out of a meeting is not an appropriate way to get her attention or have a conversation, no matter what the motives were. I don't shy away from mutually respectful and open conversations in an appropriate setting. I sit down with community members all the time. I believe that that brings change, but there's a right way to do it. I think it's important for our community to know that intimidating teachers, whether purposeful or not, will not be tolerated. It's because of incidents like this that prevent teachers from using their voice more. It's the fear of what the community will say and do, what will be posted about us on social media, and the lies that will spread. I'm thankful for a district that prioritizes the protection of their teachers. It's one of the reasons that I will continue to show up and be a voice for my community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our public participation. And we are going to take a 5-minute recess. 7:42, we will reconvene. Okay, time is 7:43. We will reconvene. Next on the agenda is conduct the level 3 grievance. So at this time, we will, as I mentioned, move to agenda item 9A, which is to hear and consider a level 3 complaint filed in accordance with sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821 of the Texas Government Code, which is commonly known as the Texas Open Meeting Act. The board will conduct this hearing in open session. Prior to the board holding the level hearing, we have chosen to have our attorney, Ross Mitchell, here with us. We'll call participants potentially into closed. I'm going to emphasize potential. We'll discuss that in a few moments. So we will start the hearing now at 7:44. And just confirming for everybody's knowledge, Marty, we do have being recorded. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. My name is Craig Stevenson. I'm the president of the Board of Trustees at Godley ISD. For the record, today is Monday, March 17, 2025. The board is now convened in open session for the purpose of hearing the level 3 complaint filed by Peter Svensson. This proceeding is being tape recorded to ensure an accurate record is kept. For the record, each person is asked to state their name, reason for attendance in relationship to Mr. Svensson, if applicable, and we'll start with board members.
Kayla Lane, trustee.
Terry Goodlow, trustee, not related.
I'm sorry, I should have caught relation, if any, to Mr. Svensson.
No relation.
Terry Goodlow, trustee, no relation.
Simone Mabry, trustee, no relation.
Ross Mitchell, counsel for the district, no relation.
And while I've stated my name, Craig Stevenson, board president, trustee, and no relation to Mr. Svensson. For the record, we do have a quorum, as we established earlier. At this time, I do want to instruct all participants to please avoid talking while another person is speaking, so that the recording will be accurate to reflect the proceedings. Clerk, please further endeavor to make your oral statements as clear and complete as possible. Remember, the tape recording will not reflect your gestures or any other nonverbal communications. The hearing will be conducted as an administrative presentation in accordance with the applicable policies and laws. It will be based on the record made from previous hearings. Board members have been supplied with a copy of this record in advance of the hearing. No new issues or evidence shall be presented. This record includes the level 1 grievance, all documents presented at the level 1, the level 1 response, and any documents the district relied upon to reach a decision at the level 1. Will also include the level 2 appeal, all documents presented at the level 2, the level 2 response, and any documents the district relied upon to reach a decision at the level 2. And then it will also include the level 3 appeal. This is not a formal legal proceedings. No strict rules of evidence or procedures will apply. Each party will have an opportunity to make its presentation to the board. The parties will not be permitted to cross-examine each other. There will be an opportunity for board members to ask questions of counsel or any presenter. However, the members of the board are not subject to questioning by either counsel or any person in attendance. The board's decision must be supported by the record. The vote will be taken in open session following the hearing this evening. The complainant, Mr. Svensson, will present his argument based on the record first. Presentation will be followed by the administration's presentation. The complainants will be allocated 15 minutes in total. The administration will also be allocated 15 minutes in total for the presentation. Each party may reserve some of their time for rebuttal. Each party is allowed one rebuttal. Mr. Spence's rebuttal will follow the administration's presentation. Administration's rebuttal will follow Mr. Spence's rebuttal. No additional rebuttal will be granted regardless of the amount of time a party has remaining. Please keep in mind this is an official school board proceeding, and that all in attendance are expected to maintain proper boardroom decorum and professionalism at all times. The only individuals permitted to speak during this hearing are those individuals presenting, members of the board, and anyone that the board asks to speak. Should anyone feel the need to behave inappropriately or interrupt the proceedings, you may be asked to leave. Are there any questions regarding how the hearing will be conducted? Now that we've reviewed the procedures for the hearing, it's time to determine the qualification of the board members to hear and consider the matter. I'll ask each member of the board, whether you consider the information presented at this hearing to make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. If any member of the board feels he or she cannot do so, the board member should state so at this time and not participate in the hearing. So, Ms. Lane, if you don't mind starting us off, whether you verbalizing whether you will participate or if there's a reason to abstain.
I will be participating.
I as well will participate.
I will also participate.
And Craig Stevenson, I will as well. Mr. Spenson, who will be making your presentation? Could you come to the mic and introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Mr. President, and board members Scott Kane, Kane and Kill Law on behalf of Peter Svensson.
Thank you. You'll have 15 minutes to make your presentation to the board. Board's Attorney Ross Mitchell will keep the time and indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your allocated time. Mr. Svensson or yourself may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Sorry, real quick, did you want to reserve any time for rebuttal?
Yeah, let me reserve 3 minutes for rebuttal, Mr. President. And I promise I'm not going to need 15 minutes. I'm going to give you some time back tonight. On behalf of Peter Svensson, I want to thank you for your service to your community. Trust me when I tell you, I know it's no easy task to serve as a public official, and I don't envy your task tonight. It's a delicate balance on that. I wanted to talk just briefly about why Mr. Svensson is bringing this appeal, and then go over the process and kind of our experience with the process. Mr. Svensson could not be here tonight because he has a family commitment, and family comes first with him. I've known Mr. Svensson for over a quarter of a century. And I have dealt with him sometimes in your position where he has been on the other side of the dais and had disagreed, and at times when we have agreed. I've always known Mr. Svensson to be a thoughtful and caring person who gives back to his community. He loves teachers and he loves students. And as was mentioned earlier in your meeting tonight, he has raised over $1 million to help teachers in the classroom, and he cares very deeply about people. He volunteers a tremendous amount of time, and he sees service as being very, very paramount. I also know that Mr. Svensson always is a mild-mannered, soft-spoken person. You have some statements about him in this packet which, quite frankly, do not jive with my quarter of a century experience with him, and I could bring hundreds of witnesses that have dealt with him, sometimes agreement, sometimes disagreement. And they will all tell you he's a gentleman, who will voice his thoughts in a very thoughtful and careful way. But you may be asking, why are we going through 3 steps? Why has he retained legal counsel? The short answer is he wants to protect his good name and reputation. Well, you may be thinking, well, wait a minute. That's just a letter. It's not even in a public forum. The problem is that letter, because it was written on Godley Independent School District stationery, is subject to open records request. And so unless it is dealt with at this level, then that letter about Mr. Svensson can go out into the public domain. And so that's why we have gone through this process. We started the process at the level 1, and I thought, you know, I mistakenly thought it was going to be a collaborative effort. And so when we went through that level 1 process, I thought, okay, you know, Mr. Svensson's probably been misunderstood. Sometimes he can be what's called a close talker. I've seen the video. You had the video in your packet. He was not in anybody's face. But you know, sometimes he can be misunderstood. I can assure you that he is not a troublemaker. Believe me, we have people in Cleveland, we refer to them affectionately as K people, citizens against virtually everything. Mr. Svensson's not one of those. He's an advocate. If he sees that there's a chance that he can help make a process better, he's going to get involved. So I suspect that's why he's here, because I asked him that very question. Why are you leaving Cleveland and coming to Godley? And he said, because I love teachers and I want to be part of it. And his heart was broken for teachers that were hurting. And we know that it's a state issue, we get that. But he came to the meeting, and at the conclusion of the meeting, his heart was moved by a couple of teachers, and he was upset for them, and he wanted to love on them and care for them. You had a public meeting going on, and he knows not to interrupt a public meeting. And so he went back around the corner where it wouldn't be disruptive to talk to them in a public area, not in a private area. There are statements that are in some of the letters that you have that are wildly subjective. Your CFO has issued his opinion, and one of the letters issues an opinion that Mr. Svensson would have followed them out into a dark parking lot and had these wild ideas that, 1, did not happen, 2, would not have happened with Peter Svensson. He simply wanted to tell those teachers, I'm sorry you didn't get a pay raise. Now, we don't have audio of the exact conversation around the corner, but you can see the video and you can judge for yourself. When he's got his hands in his pocket, he's leaning back, he is engaged in the conversation. He's not angry, he's not upset, but he is engaged in that conversation. So when I came to the first level of the grievance process, we thought collaborative. Okay, it's just a big mistake. Let's send a joint public statement that we both agree, Mr. Svensson and the school district, that we need to protect our teachers and we need to protect people. Simply put, we don't tolerate bullying. Mr. Svensson doesn't tolerate that. I didn't understand that the process was very draconian and very formal, and that it was either up or down as opposed to solving a problem. I learned my lesson. We get to the level 2. So I raised the issue again. I said, okay, I get the process now. All we want is the letter to be formally retracted. We would like to make a public statement that Mr. Svensson supports teachers and does not tolerate intimidation and bullying, but that's okay. If we can't go that far, let's just formally retract the letter and go through that. In that process, I asked for any statements that were made and any evidence that was available, and I was not provided any. Now, when you look at your packet and you look at what happened, you have the school board meeting. The next day, there are 3 letters written, and then the next day after that, a letter is written to Mr. Svensson. And here's the problem. When you look at the letter from the Godley ISD to Mr. Svensson, it insinuates that he was intimidating other people, teachers. There's comments like he engaged in heated comments, discouraging staff from feeling safe, and you got to remain respectful and professional. If not, you could be issued a no trespass warning and possibly ejected from school board meetings. That's the letter that he received. And that is if you want to talk about intimidating, but what's most important is through this process, to this very day, no one in the process has asked Mr. Svensson what happened. Instead, this letter gets issued before a thorough investigation, a full investigation, including talking to Mr. Stinson. That's why we are asking respectfully that you formally retract the letter. Here's why we're asking for formal retraction. Because you're a public entity, you cannot simply unring the bell. You can't shred the document. We don't do Enrons. We've all learned that doesn't work. And we want transparency in our public forum. So the letter is there. By formal retraction, that would go with the letter, so if it ever does come out into public, the full record of this board retracting that formal letter is there. I would encourage you to look at processes that encourage open communication, dialogue, and working together. I get that we see in the news school board meetings, city council meetings, state meetings, federal meetings, where people don't act civilized. That's unacceptable, and I agree with that. But if we really got to the point where we don't simply talk to one another, at the end of the day, the public wants to have trust in our processes, and that trust is born out of transparency. So if you want people to trust the process, you got to be transparent, and part of that is handling a proper investigation. So respectfully, I would request that you look at the video, look at the documents, which, by the way, there's also a letter in the file from the mayor of Godley that he was here and he didn't see police officials or anybody else run back there like there was some big commotion, and he saw and witnessed what appeared to be a normal conversation and good dialogue. Otherwise, you're going to have a chilling effect on the public if you don't retract that letter. So respectfully, I would request that you consider the evidence presented and you retract the letter. Do the right thing, please.
You have 6 minutes and 17 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Members of the board, I ask if you hold any questions until we get through conclusion of presentation from both sides. And Mr. Moore, I believe you'll be presenting for the administration?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll have 15 minutes to make your presentation very similarly. Ross Mitchell will be keeping the time, very similar to what was done a moment ago, and if you care to retain some time, please notify me.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to reserve 4 minutes for rebuttal.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, board. My name is Graham Moore. I represent the administration in this matter. Our teachers deserve to be treated with respect. That is the main point that I would like to make today. The administration asked the board to uphold the level 2 decision. You've heard from Mr. Svensson's attorney. So I would simply like to look at the witness statements. In the spirit of transparency, let's see the information that was presented. And then after that, we'll look at the courtesy letter that was sent to Mr. Svensson. So I'll start with the witness statements. You can turn to book page 14. This is a letter from Miss Bethany Van Wart, recounting the events of November 18th. She writes, "Good morning. I wanted to share an incident that happened last night that I think the school board needs to be made aware of. Last night, I was starting to gather my things to exit the meeting when I felt a forceful tap on my shoulder. It startled me, and when I turned around, Peter S. was motioning me to follow him. While this made me feel uncomfortable, I was also concerned for Amy Simmons and Dana DeFore, who he was following out as well. As I approached the back of the CLI behind the stairs, he was very close to Amy Simmons. And when he saw me walk up, he approached me, stood very close to my face, and started talking to me as well. I have several issues with this. First, I do not think it was appropriate to try and get my attention by repeatedly tapping me on the shoulder. Second, it was highly inappropriate to follow teachers as they got up to leave the building. Lastly, he was trying to intimidate us by getting behind us the stairs by himself. He kept trying to talk to us about bills and told us that the stadium was the reason we don't have a raise. Amy Simmons reminded him that the stadium is actually a building housing classrooms for our own children that attend Godley ISD. He did not acknowledge anything we were saying, and continued to get close to us and say things that quite frankly I wasn't focused on. My main goal was to exit the building safely without him following us. Much thanks to Spencer Davis, who got up and followed us behind the stairs to assist us if needed. I feel it is important to share this experience for the safety of our teachers and employees at future board meetings. That's the eyewitness testimony of Miss Bethany Van Wart. Second, I'd like to direct your attention to page number 12. This is Amy Simmons, another eyewitness. She writes, "School board members, I'm writing this letter not only out of concern for myself, but I also feel like the school board should be made aware of incidents such as this. Last night when I was leaving the board meeting, I, along with Bethany Van Wart and Dana DeFore, were approached by a gentleman. I believe his name was Peter Svensson. As I was leaving and made it behind the wall of the stairs of the CLI, out of sight from the public, mind you, I heard a gentleman raise his voice by calling out ma'ams to get us to stop. As we stopped to see who was talking to us, and before we had time to even say a word or think, Peter proceeded to talk and say things such as bills, stadiums, salaries, etc. I was so taken back by the whole situation, I don't recall all that he was saying. I started walking away, but he continued to speak, so me, being who I am, went back to put in my 2 cents. I tried to remind him that 1, the facilities and salaries are 2 separate things, and I told him that he was completely wrong, and that two, that the stadium he keeps referring to is actually classrooms that my personal children get the opportunity to benefit from on a daily basis. None of which matters because he wasn't listening to anything that I was saying. My main point of this letter is because not only did I feel like this gentleman was trying to intimidate us, but I also feel like it could have ended much worse had it not been for Spencer Davis, especially after hearing how Kayla Lane handled herself after the Alvarado ISD school board meeting. Had Mr. Davis not stepped in then, I am most certain he would have followed us, 3 women, out into the dark parking lot. That alone is highly inappropriate. I feel that it is important to share this information with you all because I would never want an incident such as this to keep other teachers from ever wanting to speak up, stand up, or advocate for their school and community in fear of attendees such as Peter following them, intimidating them, or attacking them in any way." It's the eyewitness testimony of Ms. Amy Simmons. If I could direct your attention to page 13, this is a letter from Spencer Davis. He writes about Monday, November 18th. Mr. Spencer Davis is the Chief Financial Officer for Godley ISD. He writes, "I observed Mr. Svensson motioning his finger to have Ms. Van Wart follow him, presumably to try and talk with her as she was trying to leave. Since I had provided clarification on some items that Ms. Van Wart spoke about, and based on my previous interactions with Mr. Svensson, I know him to be forceful with his opinions, and not want her to be blindsided with anything that he brought up. So I left my seat and made my way to intercept them and the conversation. When I arrived behind the CLI stairs, I found Mr. Svensson speaking with Ms. Van Wart and Ms. Simmons, who also spoke in public participation. But when I walked up on the trio, he immediately stopped talking to them. Ms. Simmons, presumably responding to something he said to her, mentioned something along the lines of, "You still don't get it," and was visibly upset with his comment or the way in which he was speaking to her. Sensing the tension and the fact that Mr. Svensson was trying to corner them, my opinion based on previous interactions with him, as they were attempting to leave the meeting, I said, "Ladies, you are free to go, and you do not have to answer any questions you are not comfortable with." Upon hearing this, Ms. Simmons left, along with Ms. Van Wart. Mr. Svensson still had not spoken another word to them or me since I had arrived. I asked Ms. Van Wart if she needed an escort to her vehicle. She replied no. After Ms. Van Wart and Ms. Simmons had left the area, I returned to my seat, not speaking a word to Mr. Svensson, or having him speak a word to me. It was my opinion that Mr. Svensson would have continued to follow Ms. Simmons and or Ms. Van Wart until he had spoken his mind to them on whatever he was trying to say. It is also my opinion that since he stopped speaking when I arrived to their trio, he was intentionally trying to intimidate and or upset the teachers for what they spoke about earlier that evening, and did not want me to truth check him on what he was confronting them about. That's Mr. Spencer Davis. So in sum, we have multiple eyewitnesses that found Mr. Spencer's conduct to be inappropriate. We all have a constitutional right to disagree, but we must express our disagreements in a respectful manner. Which brings us to the courtesy letter. If you can turn to page 11, please. This is the letter that Mr. Svensson is complaining about. Stated November 21st, 2024. And before I read it, I want to note that it was only sent to him. It wasn't publicly posted, it wasn't disseminated, it was sent to him. He has made it public by pursuing this grievance, which is his right, but also his choice. This letter is from Brian Hunt, the Director of Safety and Wellbeing for Godley ISD. He writes, "Dear Mr. Svensson, I am writing to address your interactions with district staff following the board meeting on November 18, 2024. While we understand and respect your passion for issues affecting our district, it is important that these concerns are addressed in a manner conducive to mutual respect and professionalism. It was brought to our attention that you approached staff members during the meeting in a manner that left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. Specifically, you followed them to a less public area and engaged them with heated comments about district matters. This created a very intimidating situation. Your actions were inappropriate and could discourage staff from feeling safe and supported in their roles and in their right to address the school board. This letter is being issued as a courtesy to remind you that all interactions with district staff and other attendees at board meetings must remain respectful and professional. Future actions similar to those described may result in further measures, including being issued a no trespass warning and possible ejection from school board meetings. In the future, if you wish to discuss district matters with staff, we ask you to follow these guidelines. 1, make an appointment. Please contact the district office.
2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. At their phone number to schedule a meeting with the appropriate individual department. 2, appropriate venues. Any discussions with staff should occur in a professional setting, such as an office or meeting room. 3, respectful interaction. Maintain respectful and constructive communication when addressing your concerns. Our district values open communication with community members and remains committed to addressing questions or concerns in a respectful and productive manner. By following the procedures outlined above, we can ensure a positive and professional atmosphere for everyone." So in an effort to keep teachers safe and promote respectful public discourse, the courtesy letter was sent, and it's very clear. Make an appointment, do it at an appropriate venue, and be respectful in your interactions. In other words, please treat teachers with respect. Those are reasonable requests. The public has a right to respectfully express opinions on public matters, but there's also reasonable safeguards to protect the safety of teachers and to ensure teachers are comfortable publicly expressing their opinions. I'd also like to note that board policy, which was actually shown above at the beginning of this meeting, specifically says how an audience can participate in a meeting. And it's limited to the portion of the meeting reserved for public comment. The audience can't address board members or staff outside. That's not allowed by policy. Following teachers into a side hallway is clearly not allowed, and for good reason. Just as the public has the right to respectfully present views, so do teachers. And as shown by the witness statements in this case, attempting to intimidate teachers that one disagrees with can discourage them from expressing their views. In short, our teachers deserve to be treated with respect. The administration asked the board to uphold the Level 2 decision. I reserve my time.
We have 3 seconds remaining. He's got 6:17. He's withheld 3 and had 3:17. Mr. Kane, you have 6:17 remaining for rebuttal.
Respect. I agree with opposing counsel. Our teachers deserve respect. But so do the taxpayers and the public. The one who was not respected in this process was Mr. Svensson. When you look at these letters, these eyewitness statements Ms. Simmons said, and I quote, "I don't recall all that he was saying." Ms. Van Wart said he was saying things that, quite frankly, I wasn't focused on. You got to wonder why the CFO would be in charge of security in a public facility in a public area. Why did he go back there to intervene when your safety officer didn't see that there was a problem, your police officers didn't see there was a problem? Well, the answer's in his answer. He wanted to truth check Mr. Svensson. The fact of the matter is, the process was designed to intimidate Mr. Svensson. The letter that we're asking you to retract was issued before a full investigation was done. Is that really the message that this board wants to send to the public? Is we take a couple of eyewitness accounts from one side, we issue an intimidating letter, and then we say, oh, hey, if you want to talk to our teachers, make an appointment, go to an appropriate venue, and respect interaction, but you can't talk to them outside of those areas. That doesn't make sense. But when you look at the videos, you'll see that Mr. Svensson had a respectful interaction. They may have disagreed on the topics, but he had a respectful meeting and a conversation. So again, all we're asking you to do is formally retract and put it in the file with the records. Otherwise, this is the last step in the process. The next step, unfortunately, is the courthouse, where there are formal processes that we go through, very expensive for the district and Mr. Svensson. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to be a problem solver, not a problem creator. He didn't create this problem. You have the keys to fix it by simply formally retracting the letter, putting that in the file, and then we move on. If not, then we're going to go talk to the eyewitnesses, subject them to cross-examination. Mr. Svensson will also be subjected to cross-examination, and we'll have a full due process proceeding. I don't want to do that. Mr. Svensson doesn't want to do that. He just wants the right thing to happen, and that is a formal retraction. So we respectfully request that you do that. Formally retract the letter, and then y'all get on about the school business, and Mr. Svensson can be a supportive member of the community. Thank you.
You heard Mr. Svensson's attorney say Mr. Svensson didn't cause this issue. But you also heard the witnesses.
Your time is up, unfortunately. Oh, I heard.
No, I thought you said.
Apologies for the interruption. Continue, sir.
No problem. Thank you, sir. You heard Mr. Svensson's attorney say that Mr. Svensson didn't cause this issue. To this day, he's not taking ownership for what these witnesses, multiple witnesses, are saying. He's free to disagree, and that's what he's doing. He was treated with respect at every point of this process. He was able to present it at level 1, he was able to present it at level 2, and now he's here at level 3. And then today, he's threatening litigation. But just as the school district can't compel him to say something, he can't compel the school district to say something. That's compelled speech. Further, the courtesy letter did not legally harm Mr. Svensson in any way. It didn't put him in a legally different position. It simply asked him to speak to teachers in a respectful manner and outlines how that's done. Again, Mr. Svensson is free to disagree. That's the point of public open discourse. But he clearly intimidated teachers. He clearly discouraged teachers from voicing their opinions. And they have a constitutional right to present their opinions in the public. And that's what this process is designed to do, to allow two sides, 3, 4, a million different sides, however many there are, to present their opinions and disagree. But you have to do it in a respectful manner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the board, are there any questions that you care to ask of either side? I'm going to start here. Ms. Lane, any questions?
I have a few comments.
If I may ask, let's hold comments until we get to deliberation. This is opportunity to ask questions of each side.
No questions, I'll reserve my comments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Goodley.
No questions.
No questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. At this point, if there's no more questions, are there any board members who wish to go to executive session to consider presentation information? Okay. Okay, at this point, then this will convene or will close the hearing portion of our the meeting. And so I'm going to thank both sides for their presentations, for the information that's been brought forward. At this point, we will go to the next agenda item, which is we'll consider taking the actions associated with this grievance.
I move to deny the grievance level 3 from Mr. Peter Swenson.
I make the motion, or I second.
I have a motion by Terry and a second by Simone. And I know there's opportunity for discussion, so let's move to discussion. Ms. Lane, I know you're...
Yes. So Mr. Moore in his presentation said that the public has a constitutional right to disagree, but must do so respectfully. Actually, the First Amendment upholds the rights of the public to include caustic speech, which is defined as hurtful, critical, or intentionally unkind speech. However, after watching both videos and also reading the eyewitness statement from Mayor Linker, Mr. Swenson was not forceful or intimidating or unkind. He maintained a normal distance from the teachers, he was not in their face, and he did not forcefully tap Van Wert on the shoulder. I would like to see the district retract the letter and stop this pattern of trespass warning letters that discourage the public from exercising their First Amendment rights to free speech. As I have said before, district policies requiring the public to speak with respect and civility and in a calm and supportive demeanor is a violation of the First Amendment right to free speech, which also protects the right to caustic speech, defined as hurtful, critical, or intentionally unkind speech. I would like to see the district approve the grievance and retract the letter.
Are there any other questions or comments? Just a reminder, I have a motion and a second, so any further discussion?
I'll just make a statement of heart too, just simply it's a matter of how the teachers felt and how Mr. Swenson feels, and as a former teacher, I feel like I fully understand where they're coming from, feeling like they can't speak up without being told that they're wrong. So that's just my opinion on it.
Any further discussion?
Did you have an opportunity to watch the 2 videos?
I will be honest and say I did not watch the 2 videos. However, I know I have personally felt when I have spoken with Mr. Swenson that he has been in my personal space. However, I've had a desk in between he and I've been out in the middle of the public. But I could see how I've been in a setting with community members or parents that don't have a similar opinion to what I have, and it gets very uncomfortable very quickly. So, I mean, I feel like I trust them to be in a classroom to teach children, so I feel like I trust that what they are saying about their feelings on the situation, I'm going to believe that's how they felt. And to me, that boils down to how they felt.
If you had watched the two videos, there was an angle from over here, and then there was also an angle from behind the stairs. And you will see that Mr. Svensson maintained a proper distance from the teachers, and that he was not being angry or argumentative.
Based on your definition of proper? That's all I'm saying,
I'm
is
just
what
saying,
your
I wish that
definition
you would
versus
watch
their
the
definition.
evidence so that you also have the evidence to go with the statements.
Okay, thank you both. So I have a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor of the denial, I'm trying to be very clear on the motion. All those in favor of the denial? Yes. Those opposed? Okay. Motion passes. The motion passes 3-1. And again, for confirmation, that is to deny the grievance. Okay, next we will move to our follow-on agenda items. So I'm going to pause one moment to allow some transition for Dr. Deere and Ms. Mitchell. Next item is agenda item 9C, consider the consent agenda items. I'll consider a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as listed.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Terry and a second by Simone. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next, 9D, we'll consider approving designation of job order contract construction method for 600 North Pearson property.
Okay, Lieutenant Spitzer and Aubrey's also going to give us a little clarification about job order contracts, since we've never really dealt with that before. So, guys, take it away.
All right, thank you. Good evening again, board. So what this is a request to approve what's called a JOC, job order contract on the renovation for the 600 North Pearson property that we are titling District Admin Annex. Again, this is the property that potentially would allow us to open up over 100 seats in the Legacy Elementary, thus providing additional capacity as we continue to grow. And so Aubrey from Huckabee, last time we had designated them as the architect on the project, and so she's going to go through a quick presentation for you.
Thank you and good evening. In previous meetings, we have talked about construction delivery methods such as competitive sealed proposals and construction manager at risk for some of the larger projects that we've worked on, such as Pleasantview Elementary and the high school. This project, just because of its scale, much smaller project, a bit more straightforward, we're recommending a JOC delivery method. And I think I've got some slides coming. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit about what that looks like. Okay, so a job order contract is very similar to competitive sealed proposal as far as how you bring on the contractor, when you bring on the contractor. But it is intended often for smaller and simpler projects. Not that it can't be used for larger ones, but that's just really unusual to see that. And there's often local policies that you may have in place that has a dollar threshold for this type of delivery method. Typically, you can find an approved list of job order contractors through the Regional Educational Service Center. And they have already gone through a vetting process to be qualified to be on this list for various school districts to use in this manner. And so after you have selected the architect, which you've done for this project, we'll design it, and then we'll turn the documents over to the contract to be bid, and various job order contractors can look at this at that time. This isn't the same as competitive seal proposal where we just put it on the street and any contractor can look at it. Because these contractors have been pre-vetted through Service Center, you can select any number of contractors already on that list and send them the documents to bid. So in that sense, it's a little bit different there. The pros for this delivery method, again, the contractors are pre-vetted, so they are qualified to perform this type of work. And you still have a single point of responsibility for construction, just like you do with the CSP and CMR processes that you're used to. You'll still have that general contractor that is overseeing the entire project, and they are the ones responsible for the subcontractors and trade partners below them. You will still see competitive bids in this process by reaching out to multiple jock contractors. Cons, and since there's a limited pool of contractors, because you only have that vetted list to choose from rather than just putting it out there on the street for anyone to look at. But I say limited, there are still many qualified contractors to choose from. And then you don't have as much district control because they have already been vetted for qualifications rather than you all looking at their qualifications separately like you often do for the other delivery processes. I do believe you still have the ability to do that if you want to, but it's less common for that to happen. So that's a quick overview of this delivery method. Again, you can see the structure up here as far as how contractual relationships work. Contractually, it is the same as the other delivery processes that you are used to. You will have a contract with the architect, and you will have a separate contractor with the general contractor, who then has their contracts with the subcontractors. So from a paperwork standpoint, logistics standpoint, a lot of that is the same for you. It's just a simpler method to get a contractor that is more suited for this scale of work. With it being a smaller project, these are often contractors that do this scale of work, whereas when we put it out on the street for the competitive seal proposals, that's usually where you're getting your larger contractors for your more complex projects like new elementary school or something like that. Any questions on this delivery method that Spencer or I might be able to help answer?
I have a question related to, so I would assume we're going to go through Service Center 11, or is that?
So that's one of the co-ops that we could go through. So that would be CTPA or EPC&T, which EPC&T is done through Region 11. We can also do it through Buy Board or any other competitively procured cooperative that we're a part of.
What does that process look like? I mean, you send them the scope of work and then...
Yeah, so the next steps is now that we have a design, then we would bring out, if the board approves the job order contract method, we would bring them out for bids, and then we would have pricing associated with bids after that.
And we'd be looking at kind of the same thing, the cost and the time element involved?
Correct, we would. And so again, like Aubrey mentioned, this is an item for small renovation type projects is what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a certain number of bids, like minimum, maximum, that we would, I wasn't a part of the big elementaries and all of that. Is there like a minimum of 3 we look at, a maximum? How does that work?
Yeah, no, great question. So that would be my recommendation, at least 3. But I think us opening it up to multiples would allow us to have the best fiscally responsible method.
questions for Spencer or Aubrey?
And I did forget to mention, so as in our board policy, JOCs cannot be longer than 2 years. So again, this is a project that hopefully will take us not through the end of this calendar year, and so we wouldn't need that much anyway. But just as a note, generally those are signed for 2 years.
Any other questions? Consider a motion.
I'll motion to approve designation of job order contract construction method for the Pearson property as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Terry and a second by Simone. Is there any further discussion?
As I stated in the last meeting, I would like us to have looked at other architects besides Huckabee, just to make sure that we're using the right architect for this job. And then also, I just do not feel that this is a good priority at this time when we're having budget constraints. We need additional staff, our teachers need pay raises, and so those are my concerns with the timing.
And we agree with those. We absolutely agree that our teachers need pay raises, but we are running out of room and we need a place to put kids. We are a fast growth district. And I think Spencer's already explained that this is a very good use of square foot.
Correct, Dr. Deere. So we mentioned last time that a new construction build is at least $475 a square foot right now. We're doing this for less than $200. So in my opinion, it is a great use of our funds that we're able to open up additional seats for students, but at a reduced cost to save, again, save the taxpayers money.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you, Board.
Next on the agenda is consider additional FTEs, full-time equivalent employees.
All right, thank you again, Board. So we've talked about this a little bit prior, that due to budget constraints and what we're currently looking at from the state, we're looking at not adding any additional FTEs. But if the state comes through and gives us some additional funding to help support the classroom, then what we're asking for is the ability to publish and post FTEs on, so we can hire them and at a more speedy rate, so that if the state comes through and everybody else is looking to hire, we can go ahead and get that posted with the board's approval. And so with that, there are FTEs listed at the bottom of the action item. And so what I'm asking for and what we're requesting is approval for up to these FTEs that are currently listed. If funding is provided by the state, that still puts us in a balanced budget situation. We were talking about earlier how salaries are lower. We definitely want to increase those. I think that's one of the reasons why there's a couple of bills out there that prioritize funding for teachers, and one of the bills specifically is for teachers in rural versus urban settings. And so when you look at averages, you also have to take that into consideration. And so what we're trying to do is to stay fiscally responsible. We also are very proud that we have not had to lay staff off like other local districts have had to do. And so again, we're trying to make sure that what we're doing as we move forward is in the best interest of all staff and students.
I have a question related to the list. Well, first of all, do we have any idea, we don't have any timing idea, do we, on if and when?
Correct. So everything that has been stated, it looks like it would be mid to late April before we see any actionable items. And so that's kind of what we're looking at. Again, the session ends toward the end of May. And so if there's not a special session, then we would definitely know by the end of May.
So this list that that we have, is that a priority list, or do we have one thing that's a higher priority than another, number one, and number two, there's a list of a classroom teacher. Is that just one classroom teacher, or is that?
It actually is. So I'll answer the first part. So I listed them in not a specific order. They're just bullet points. So there are items that we probably want to address based on student safety, maybe more than some others, but there's no specific outline here. As it relates to classroom teacher, our administrative staff, our principals have done a fantastic job. They've looked at what their current staff is, and they've been trading open positions for saying, okay, I might not need this here, I'm going to provide it over there. So want to give kudos to them that we probably could have added 3 to 5, but based on their budget and what they've gone through, it's only potentially going to be 1, and that 1 would be based on if we have greater than expected student growth.
And I'd like to brag on Spencer and the principals. They've really done a great job of they understand what the budget constraints that we're in, and that schools have not been given any type of pay raise in funding in a long, long time, and the budgets and the principals are really doing a great job of putting kids first and teachers first and pulling resources from everywhere and doing everything we can not to add staff, because that is our biggest expenditure.
So I want to repeat back what I think I heard you say, is while the list was not in a prioritized order, you do have a prioritized list somewhere, so that depending on the dollars provided by the state, it could go from 1 to N, again, as long as our budget is balanced.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'll consider a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the additional FTEs as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Simone and a second by Terry. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Board.
And next we have agenda item 9F, consider authorization to give superintendent hiring authority. There we go. You speak. Do you mind pulling that mic down so we can be sure to hear you online? Or maybe somebody can help.
So, can you hear me? Okay, so good evening. As we know, it's hiring season. Most teachers start looking for jobs between now and the end of June, okay? When their contracts, they can't get out of their contracts, okay? So it's now time for everybody. We have 13 retirees at last count. We have 6 to 8 resignations, and so we're going to need to fill those positions. Would you want to start a job when you're offered the job today, or let's say tomorrow, and this time next month, you would find out if you were being hired? The answer is no, nobody wants to do that. Our campus leaders work really hard. They take it very serious getting that life-changing teacher in their classrooms. That is their priority. So, by granting Dr. Deere the authority to approve hiring personnel between board meetings, that is honoring and recognizing their professional expertise. So I recommend that you grant Dr. Deere the authority to approve hiring personnel between board meetings. As I stated before, I would like it to be a permanent situation where he is granted that. However, the timeline is really March 18th through August 31st would be a great hiring time for him.
First of all, before we take a motion, is there any other questions for Ms. Speed? So I have a question then, if nobody else has one. Do we have references from other districts and how they handle it, whether it's a similar size or larger?
I have.
Not that other districts are doing it the right way versus the wrong way. That's not my point. It's just a data point for a point of reference is what I'm asking.
So yes, last year when we came up on this, I had the districts. I know that some districts, Alvarado, I think, does all the time. So they ran them in an assistant principal and down. The superintendent gets the authority. Any high level of principal or up, any cabinet member, then that goes to the board. And that goes to the board all the time, not just, between September and May. There's other districts that will bring them. So, but yes, I've looked at Joshua, I remember looking at Alvarado, I've looked at different districts, they do it one of those two ways. Neither one of them is right or wrong, it's just, it's just the preference. But it's also in recognizing that if I have to wait a month and there's other districts that are looking and they're hiring me and they're going to offer me the contract and I'm going to sign it on the spot and know, that not only helps me guarantee my future, but it also, if a district finds out that you're going to retire and or resigning, you're waiting, sometimes they put the pressure on you because then it's that domino effect. I have to hire for the, my district has to hire.
I'll make a comment to that. I talked to someone at Arlington ISD today, and they said, I actually looked at their board meeting minutes, and they hired like 15 people in their minutes, that they're constantly turning over people as well. And she said, as a principal, that they do go ahead and hire the classroom teachers, and the board approval is just a formality. They've already signed and their contracts. So, that's a large district, but.
So I kind of, before Ms. V said that other districts do it this way, I was actually going to ask or recommend that it is not taking away from the principals or Dr. G or anybody's expertise in the hiring, but I kind of feel the same way in the sense of when we're hiring those higher level positions, having at least the conversation, the resumes, whatever it is that we decide as a board to kind of review together essentially, or at least converse on, versus the classroom teacher give that fully to the principals and all of that. But I would almost even say I understand the weight too as an issue, but if there's something that we can all commit to, we would do a special board meeting, whatever steps need to be put into place to still give that turnaround for hire, for assistants, maybe we've had some turnover at the high school and assistant principals, for sure principals and above, but I'm borderline on assistants, how I feel about that.
Any other questions for Ms. B?
To piggyback on what Simone said, when we discussed this last year, I had made these comments as well, but as a board member, I would be available for special board meetings for hiring. I like that the board has hiring authority, and I would like to see the board retain the hiring authority, and I would be available for special meetings to hire people so that teachers don't have to wait a whole month to know if they're hired or not. But I agree that I would be available for special board meetings.
I just want to comment that we as a board, although you're saying we should hire the people, we're not interviewing them and we don't fire them. So it's, to me, a moot point because we're relying on the expertise of our staff and our administration to interview and hire the right people. And it's just a formality that it goes in front of the board, in my opinion. I don't see that it's a good deal.
Any other questions for Ms. B? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to, I don't know how to say this in the correct Robert rules of saying it. I would like to make the motion to reflect the recommendation that I made, that he gets full hiring authority for teachers, potentially assistants down, but that I would like board discussion over the hire. Would you like to guide me on how to say that correctly?
I think what you're saying is, or reword, what I interpret your motion to be is that give your hiring approval to the superintendent from March 18th to the end of August for assistant superintendents and assistant principals and below. That's the way I would word it. And that would by default, that would be the motion.
Yeah.
Positive. My explanation would be that would then retain the any additional hiring of principals.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion by Simone. Do I have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, I still have a recommendation from the administration. Do I have another motion?
I'll try. I'll make a motion to improve the superintendent's hiring authority from March through August of 2025 as recommended.
A motion. Do I have a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. So at this point, I'm going to recommend we table this particular action until a future meeting. Okay. And at this point, we will convene in closed session, and we will be discussing Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076. Those are related to property, purchased property, value of real property, personnel, and then deployment or specific occasions or implementation of security personnel devices. Convene to closed at 8:51. All right, we will reconvene in open session at 10:45 p.m. And I will consider a motion associated with administrative contracts.
I'll make a motion to approve the administrative contracts for the 25-26 school year as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Terry and a second by Simone. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next, discuss and consider a resolution for good cause exemption.
I make a motion to approve the resolution for good cause exemptions as presented and recommended in closed session.
I'll second.
A motion by Simone and a second by Terry. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I motion to adjourn.
I second.
We're adjourned at 10:46. Thank you, everybody.